Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep within the tangled heart of Darkwood Forest, where ancient trees whispered secrets older than time itself, young Finian Smallfoot ventured farther from the hobbit paths than any of his kind had dared in many years. The morning mist clung to his feet as he navigated between roots that rose like serpents from the dark soil, his curiosity drawing him toward a sound he had never heard before, a melody so faint it might have been merely the wind, yet somehow more deliberate, more enchanting. The young hobbit's ordinarily sensible nature warred with his Tookish blood as he followed the ethereal song. His mother had always warned him about straying too far into Darkwood, where the trees grew too close together and the shadows seemed to move of their own accord. But today, something was different. The forest itself seemed to be guiding him, branches parting just enough to reveal a narrow path he had never noticed before. As Finian rounded an ancient oak wider than 3 hobbit holes, he stumbled upon a clearing bathed in strips of golden sunlight. There, nestled between 2 massive roots and partially buried in centuries of fallen leaves, lay an object that caught the morning light and threw it back in rainbow patterns, a harp of obvious elven craft. Its frame carved from silver-white wood that seemed to glow from within. Surely, Finian whispered to himself, no one would mind if I just touched it. His fingers, usually more accustomed to gardening tools than musical instruments, brushed against the delicate strings. The note that emerged was unlike anything he had ever heard, pure and clear as starlight. It seemed to pierce the very fabric of the forest. The ground trembled. At first, Finian thought it was merely his imagination, but then the tremors grew stronger. The ancient trees swayed, their branches creaking in protest. From somewhere deep below the earth came a sound like mountain stone grinding against mountain stone, and then, most terrifying of all, a voice that seemed to shake the very air. Who dares to wake me from my slumber? The voice belonged to a creature that emerged from the earth itself, scattering centuries of accumulated forest debris as it rose. Scales the color of burnished gold caught the sunlight as a massive head emerged, followed by a serpentine neck that seemed to stretch endlessly upward. Finian found himself face to face with a dragon larger than the greatest smiles of Hobbiton. But something was wrong. The dragon's eyes, rather than burning with the legendary greed and malice of its kind, held a deep sorrow. More surprisingly still, when it spoke again, its voice carried not threat, but desperate hope. Little one, the dragon said, its voice surprisingly gentle for so massive a creature, you have found the harp of twilight. I had almost lost hope that anyone would ever discover it. The dragon lowered its great head until one enormous eye was level with the trembling hobbit. I am, or rather was, Prince Oromar of the Twilight Realm, until Thangol the Black transformed me into this monster. Finian, whose fear was rapidly being replaced by fascination, found his voice at last. A prince? But how? A curse, Oromar replied, a wisp of smoke curling from his nostrils. Thangol desired our realm's power over the spaces between day and night. When my father refused to surrender it, Thangol unleashed his darkest magic. He transformed me into this beast and bound me to slumber beneath the earth, knowing my father would never risk destroying his only son. Even in dragon form, the dragon's tail stirred something in Finian's heart, a longing for adventure he had inherited from his mother's Took side, combined with a deep sense of compassion that was purely his own. There must be a way to break the curse, he said, standing straighter despite his fear. There is one, Oromar confirmed. The Twilight Witch, who dwells in her crystal tower beyond the Frostspine Mountains, has power enough to undo Thangel's magic. But I cannot seek her myself. Thangel's spells would detect my movement, and he would strike before I could reach her. The dragon's eye fixed on Finian with an intensity that made the hobbit's breath catch. But you, little one, you could perhaps succeed where I cannot. Before Finian could respond, a new voice cut through the clearing, clear and strong, yet filled with a bitter edge. Or perhaps I could help instead. From between the trees stepped a tall figure in a dark cloak, hood thrown back to reveal a young woman with hair as black as a moonless night and eyes that seemed to hold storms within them. I am Lyra, she announced, her voice carrying both pride and pain. Daughter of Thangel the Black, and I have spent years searching for a way to undo my father's evil. Finian's hand tightened on the elven harp as he looked between the dragon prince and the dark wizard's daughter. In that moment, he knew his comfortable life in the Shire would never be the same. The path ahead would be dangerous, perhaps fatal, but he could not turn away. Not when he might be the only hope for breaking a curse that had lasted for centuries. The crystal tower beyond the Frostspine Mountains, he said, summoning all his courage. That's quite a journey for a hobbit who's never been beyond the borders of the Shire. I don't suppose either of you knows the way? Lyra's storm-gray eyes softened slightly. I know the paths through the mountains, but my father's shadows watch for me there. We would need to be clever and quick, and I, rumbled Oromar, cannot fly far without alerting Thangel. But I can share my knowledge of the ancient ways, paths forgotten by all, but those who were there when they were made, and so began an unlikely alliance, a hobbit barely out of his tweens, a cursed dragon prince, and the daughter of their greatest enemy. As they plotted their journey east toward the crystal tower, none of them noticed the shadows at the edge of the clearing growing slightly darker, or the way they seemed to reach toward them with fingers of darkness before retreating back into the depths of Darkwood forest. For in his dark tower far to the north, Thangel the Black stood before a mirror of obsidian, watching the scene unfold with eyes that burned like cold stars. His lips curved into a cruel smile as he observed his daughter's apparent betrayal. Yes, he whispered to the empty chamber. Come to me, all of you. The stage is set, the players are in motion. And soon, very soon, the power of the Twilight Realm will be mine at last. The adventure that began with the simple hobbit's discovery of an ancient harp was about to become a race against time itself, a journey that would test the bounds of courage, loyalty, and the power of unlikely friendships against the darkest of magics. For Finian Smallfoot, the first step on that path was also the last moment of his old life, though he did not know it yet. Behind him lay the safety of the Shire. Ahead, a destiny greater than any hobbit had dreamed of since the days of Bilbo Baggins himself. Story 2. In the cozy depths of Bag End, where shadows danced on curved walls and the scent of pipeweed lingered eternally in the air, old Lady Marigold kept a secret that would have made even the tale of Bilbo's ring seem like a bedtime story. Hidden beneath 3 loose floorboards, wrapped in cloth of silvery moonlight, lay a ring that predated the One Ring itself, a creation of the ancient dwarven lords when the world was young and magic flowed as freely as the mountain streams. The ring had passed through her family for generations, its true nature known only to a select few. Tonight, as autumn winds whistled through the hill and dark clouds gathered above the Shire, Marigold knew her time as its guardian was coming to an end. Her arthritic fingers traced the ring's surface, feeling the ancient runes that shifted and changed like living things beneath her touch. A crash from outside made her jump. Through her round window, she glimpsed dark figures moving against the night sky, too tall for hobbits, too graceful for men, yet somehow wrong in a way that made her old heart race. The Shadow Warriors had come at last. Thomas, she called out her voice steady despite her fear. "Thomas Brandybuck, come here this instant." Her adopted grandson appeared in the doorway, his curly hair tousled from sleep and his nightshirt wrinkled. At 33, Thomas was considered barely of age by hobbit standards, and his perpetually confused expression did little to inspire confidence. Yet Marigold knew better. She had seen the spark in his eyes when he listened to tales of the outside world, had noticed how he could calm any frightened animal with just a touch. "There's no time to explain properly," she said, pressing the ring into his palm. The metal seemed to sing at the contact. "Take the secret passage behind the pantry, the one that leads to the old forest. Don't stop until you reach the Withywindle River." "But grandmother," Thomas protested, staring at the ring. "What's happening?" "These markings. They're moving." A sound like breaking glass came from the front of the smile. Marigold pushed Thomas toward the pantry. "The ring reveals truth, dear boy. True nature, true intentions, true hearts. That's why they wanted the Shadow Warriors. They were once guardians of the ancient dwarven kingdoms, but something has corrupted them. The ring might be the key to saving them. If one pure of heart can unlock its secrets." Thomas clutched the ring tighter as heavy footsteps echoed through Bag End. "I won't leave you. You must." Marigold's voice carried the weight of authority she rarely used. "Find the ancient dwarven city of Moria." "Not Moria, that's what it became later. You need to find what it was before, when the ring was forged. The answers lie in its forging." The pantry door burst open, revealing a figure that seemed made of living shadow, armor black as starless night, eyes glowing with an unnatural purple light. But as it stepped into the room, the ring in Thomas's hand pulsed with silver light, and for just a moment, the warrior's true form flickered through a noble face, twisted in agony, ancient armor once bright, now tarnished by dark magic. "Run," Marigold commanded, and Thomas finally obeyed, ducking through the secret door as his grandmother faced the Shadow Warriors with nothing but her walking stick and the strength of her conviction. Thomas ran through the tunnel, the ring growing warm against his skin as behind him. Sounds of conflict echoed through the passages. When he emerged into the old forest, the stars had vanished behind storm clouds, and an unnatural silence hung in the air. The trees seemed to lean toward him, their branches reaching like gnarled fingers. But as he clutched the ring, something extraordinary happened. The forest's malevolence receded, and he could see the truth of the ancient woods, not evil, but wild and proud, protecting secrets as old as Middle-earth itself. The path to the Withywindle revealed itself, marked by flowers that glowed with a soft silver light. As Thomas made his way through the forest, the ring continued to show him glimpses of truth, the hidden deer paths, the safe places to rest, the waters that were clean to drink. But it also revealed darker things, shadow warriors moving through the trees in the distance, their corrupted forms painful to behold through the ring's truth, showing power. By dawn, he had reached the Withywindle, where a surprise awaited him. Sitting on a moss-covered log was Old Man Willow's daughter, a being he had always assumed was just a character in childhood stories. She appeared as a young woman woven from willow branches and morning mist, her eyes ancient and wise. "The ring-bearer arrives," she said, her voice like rustling leaves. "Long has the forest waited for one who could see its true nature. The shadow warriors who pursue you, they were not always as they are now. A great darkness has twisted them, buried their true selves beneath centuries of corruption. But you, Thomas Brandybuck, with your gift for seeing into troubled hearts, might be the one to free them. But I'm just a hobbit," Thomas protested, though the ring hummed against his palm as if in disagreement. "I don't know the first thing about breaking curses or fighting shadow warriors." The Willow's daughter smiled, and flowers bloomed in her footsteps as she stood. "Yet, you calmed the old forest with just a touch of the ring, something not even the wizards could achieve. The road to Moria is long and perilous. But you won't walk it alone. The ring has chosen you, and it will guide you to others who can help those who remember the ancient dwarven kingdoms as they once were, before darkness fell, as if in response to her words. The ring's runes glowed brighter. And in their light, Thomas saw visions of what lay ahead. A hidden valley where the last uncorrupted dwarven loremaster kept ancient secrets. A high pass through the misty mountains where eagles still remembered their ancient alliances, and deep beneath the earth, the forgotten forges where the ring was born. But he also saw the shadow warriors pursuing him, their true forms crying out for release from their cursed existence. And somewhere in the darkness, a power was stirring the same malevolent force that had corrupted the ancient guardians, now seeking the ring that could undo all its works. Thomas squared his shoulders, feeling very much like his famous predecessor, Bilbo Baggins, must have felt at the start of his own adventure. "Then I suppose I'd better get started," he said, trying to sound braver than he felt. Grandmother always said that even the greatest journeys begin with a single step. The Willow's daughter nodded approvingly. And those who step forward with compassion in their hearts often find strength they never knew they had. She pointed downstream. "Follow the Withywindle to the Brandywine Bridge. Beyond that, well, the ring will show you the way." As Thomas took his first steps on the path that would lead him far from the Shire's green hills, the ring pulls gently against his skin, as if promising that no matter how dark the road ahead might become, truth and light would always find a way to shine through. Story 3. The morning mist clung to Dragon's Hill like a ghostly shroud, transforming the familiar landscape into something altogether more mysterious. Rose stood at its peak, her small hobbit frame silhouetted against the dawn sky, watching as a massive eagle descended from the clouds. The great bird's wing was clearly injured, crimson droplets staining its golden feathers, and clutched in its talons was a scroll case that seemed to glow with an inner light. Rose had always been different from other hobbits. While they concerned themselves with gardens and second breakfasts, she spent hours studying the ancient maps in Michelle Delving's library and learning the old stories from wandering rangers. But nothing in her studies had prepared her for what she found when she carefully removed the message from its case. The parchment was covered in elvish runes that shifted and rearranged themselves before her eyes, finally settling into words she could understand. The North remembers. The lost prince lives, hidden among the halflings. When the White Tower dreams of battle, seek the one who bears the mark of the silver star. Her hands trembling, Rose looked at the injured eagle. "Who sent you?" she whispered. The eagle's eyes, bright with intelligence, met hers. "The Knights of the Ancient Order," it replied in a voice like wind through mountain peaks. "We have watched and waited for 100 years, since King Aragorn's line was thought broken in the North Kingdom. But the last king did not die childless as history records. He entrusted his infant son to the hobbits, knowing they would keep him safe until the prophecy could be fulfilled." Rose's mind raced to her best friend, Peter Baggins, who had always been strange for a hobbit. He was too tall for one thing, and his dreams. How many times had he described visions of white towers and ancient battles? How many times had she caught him staring northward with an inexplicable longing in his eyes? And there was the birthmark on his shoulder, a perfect silver star. "The prince doesn't know who he is, does he?" Rose asked, though she already knew the answer. The eagle shook its magnificent head. "For his own protection. But now the ancient enemies of the North Kingdom stir again. The prince must reclaim his heritage, or all will be lost," its keen eyes fixed on her. "You must help him remember," Rose took. "The blood of kings may sleep, but it cannot be denied forever," as if summoned by their conversation. A horn blast echoed across the Shire, deep and resonant, unlike anything ever heard in those peaceful lands. From the direction of the East Road, riders appeared, their armor gleaming silver in the morning light. The Knights of the Ancient Order had emerged from legend to reclaim their prince. But they were not alone. Behind them, like shadows given form, came darker shapes on black horses, the enemies of the North Kingdom, drawn by the same prophecy that had guided the knights. Rose ran down the hill toward Hobbiton, her heart pounding. She had to reach Peter before either the knights or their enemies found him. The fate of kingdoms might rest on what happened in the next few hours, but to Rose, it was simpler than that. Peter was her friend, and he was about to discover that everything he knew about himself was only part of a much greater story. She found him in his garden, peacefully tending to his tomatoes, completely unaware that his life was about to change forever. "Peter," she called out, trying to catch her breath. "Do you remember the dream you told me about? The one with the white tower and the silver trumpets?" He looked up, soil staining his hands, and for the first time Rose truly saw him as he was not just her peculiar friend, but something more. Even in his simple gardening clothes, there was an undeniable nobility in his bearing, a hint of ancient kings in his gray eyes. "Of course, I remember," he said slowly. "I had it again last night. I was standing on a battlefield, holding a sword that shone like starlight. Behind me was a white tower, and before me," he trailed off, his expression distant. "Before me was an army of shadows, and I knew I had to stand against them. No matter the cost, the thunder of hoofbeats grew closer." Rose grabbed Peter's hand, pulling him toward his smile. "Those weren't just dreams, Peter. They were memories. Memories of a heritage you didn't know you had." She explained quickly about the eagle's message and the approaching knights, watching as understanding slowly dawned in his eyes. "That's impossible," he protested, but his hand unconsciously moved to touch the star-shaped birthmark on his shoulder. "I'm just a hobbit. My parents were chosen to protect you," Rose finished gently, "to keep you safe until the time was right." She pulled the elvish scroll from her pocket, watching as the runes began to glow at his touch. "And now the North Kingdom needs its prince." Before Peter could respond, riders crested the hill above his home, the silver knights in the lead, their ancient banners catching the morning light, followed by the shadow riders closing fast behind them. The knight's leader raised his sword in salute, calling out in a voice that rang with power and recognition, "Hail, Hilder, son of Aragorn, Prince of the North Kingdom. We have come to return you to your people." Peter stood transfixed, and Rose saw something awaken in his face, a recognition of truth long buried, but never forgotten. The sword the knight held aloft caught the sunlight, and suddenly Peter gasped. "Starmount," he whispered, "my father's sword. I remember it." The shadow riders charged, their horses' hooves throwing up earth as they descended upon the peaceful hobbit settlement. Without thinking, Peter stepped forward, placing himself between the dark riders and his home. The birthmark on his shoulder blazed with silver light, and in that moment, he looked every inch a king's son. "I may not understand everything that's happening," he said, his voice carrying an authority Rose had never heard before, "but I won't let you bring your darkness here." The knights moved to surround him protectively, and Rose found herself drawing the small sword she'd received from a ranger years ago, a gift she'd never thought she'd use. As the shadow riders approached, she took her place beside her friend, ready to help him face whatever came next. For this was how legends began, not with grand proclamations or elaborate ceremonies, but with simple choices made in moments of truth. A hobbit gardener was about to become a prince, and his first act would not be to claim a crown, but to defend the peaceful home he had always known. The battle for the North Kingdom was about to begin in the most unlikely of places, a hobbit's garden in the heart of the Shire. Story 4. On his 11th birthday, Bilbo Baggins discovered he could speak to ghosts. Not just any ghosts, mind you, but specifically the spirits of the ancient dwarf kings of Erebor. The revelation came as he sat in his study at Bag End, smoking his evening pipe and contemplating whether he was too old for another adventure, when the spectral form of Thorin Oakenshield materialized before his armchair. Young Bilbo, the spirit said. Though Bilbo hadn't been young for many decades, the mountain calls for aid once more. Bilbo nearly dropped his pipe. Thorin? But you're dead? Indeed, the Ghost King's beard sparkled with ethereal gems, his crown casting no shadow in the firelight. Yet some dangers transcend even death itself. Beneath Erebor, in depths that even the dwarves of old feared to mine, something stirs in the ancient fire. Before Bilbo could respond, more spirits filled his study, the ghostly forms of dozens of dwarf kings from ages past. Their spectral armor glittered with phantom gold, their beards braided with gems that had been lost to time. Among them, he recognized Ar and Rin, but others were crowns so ancient their styles had been forgotten by all but the most learned scholars. King Durin III, his spirit more ancient and powerful than the others, stepped forward. In the First Age, before Smaug, before even the founding of Erebor as you know it, we imprisoned a Balrog more terrible than the one that claimed Moria. Unlike its kin, this was a creature of pure flame, a spirit of the sun corrupted by Morgoth himself. We sealed it in the deepest vault, bound by chains forged in dragon fire and cooled in the tears of stars. But now, Thorin continued, the seals weaken. The chains that held it for millennia grow thin. If it breaks free, it will not just claim Erebor, its fire could consume all of Rhovanion. From the Grey Mountains to the Sea of Ron, Bilbo sat back in his chair, feeling every one of his 111 years. And what exactly do you expect me to do about it? I'm an old hobbit now, far too ancient for such adventures. The Ghost Kings exchanged looks that made Bilbo distinctly uncomfortable. Finally, Durin III spoke again. You carry in your blood both the cunning of the hobbits and the adventure spirit of the Tooks. More importantly, you bear the aftermath of carrying the One Ring, a resistance to dark magic that few mortals possess. You alone can see us, can hear our counsel, and you will need that counsel, for only we remember the ancient rites that might strengthen the chains once more. Outside Bag End, thunder rolled across the Shire, though the sky had been clear moments before. The Ghost Kings turned as one to face east, their spectral forms flickering with concern. It begins, Thorin said grimly. The Balrog stirs in its sleep, and its dreams are of flame and rune. Bilbo stood, surprising himself with the decisiveness of the motion. I'll need help. I may be able to see you lot, but I'll need living hands to perform these rites of yours. The dwarves of Erebor will aid you, Thorin assured him. And there are others. The elves of the woodland realm remember the old magics, though they do not speak of them. And in Dale, there are still some among the race of men who dream true dreams of the ancient days. First, Bilbo said, reaching for his walking stick, I believe I need to pay a visit to my friends in Rivendell. If anyone has records of these binding rites in their libraries, it would be the elves. As if in response to his words, the Ghost Kings began to fade, all except Thorin. Make haste, old friend, the spirit said softly. The chains grow weaker with each passing day. And Bilbo, thank you. Once again, the fate of Erebor rests in hobbit hands. Within an hour, Bag End was in an uproar as Bilbo packed for what he suspected might be his final adventure. His younger relatives thought him mad, of course going off on a journey at his age. But as he threw provisions into his pack, Ghost Kings offering advice about what he'd need for the ritual, Bilbo felt more alive than he had in years. The next morning, as he set out on the east road with his walking stick in hand and 6 generations of dwarf kings floating invisibly around him, Bilbo began to whistle an old walking song. Then he stopped, remembering something. I don't suppose, he asked his spectral companions, any of you know any good dwarvish walking songs? It's quite a long way to Rivendell, and I've always wanted to learn one. The Ghost Kings laughed, a sound like distant silver bells, and began to sing in their deep, ethereal voices. The song echoed across the Shire, though only Bilbo could hear it, a song of ancient halls and deeper places, of fires that burned before the sun, and of the courage it took to face them. As they crested the first hill, Bilbo caught sight of a red glow on the eastern horizon. To most, it would have looked like an ordinary sunrise, but with his ghost-enhanced sight, he could see the truth somewhere beneath the lonely mountain. An ancient fire was awakening. The chains that bound it clinked and groaned, weakening link by link, as a creature of primal flame dreamed of freedom. The ghost of Thorin Oakenshield placed an insubstantial hand on Bilbo's shoulder. Though he couldn't feel it physically, warmth spread through him, not the destructive heat of the Balrog, but the comforting warmth of the forges of Erebor, of friendship that transcended death itself. "Well then," Bilbo said, squaring his shoulders, "I suppose we'd better get on with it. One last adventure, for old time's sake." And so began the journey of Bilbo Baggins, took in his company of Ghost Kings a quest not for gold or glory, but for the knowledge and power to bind an ancient evil before it could break free. The fate of the East would depend on the unlikely combination of hobbit sense, dwarvish lore, and magic so old they were remembered only by the dead. Behind him, the Shire slept peacefully in the morning mist, unaware that one of its eldest residents was setting out to save the world one final time. Story 5. The stone door appeared on the borders of the Shire overnight, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with an inner light, like captured starfire. Iris Lightfoot discovered it on her morning walk, standing impossibly between two ancient oaks, where only empty air had been the day before. The door seemed to sing to her not with sound, but with something deeper, a melody that resonated in her very bones. Most hobbits would have hurried home at such a sight, bolted their round doors, and pretended they'd seen nothing more unusual than a particularly large mushroom. But Iris had always been different. While other hobbits spent their days tending gardens and planning meals, she composed songs that made flowers bloom out of season and brought tears to the eyes of passing elves. The runes on the door shifted as she approached, rearranging themselves into words she could understand. "Through this gate lies the path untaken, where small folk grew tall in spirit instead of root. Singer of truth, enter if you dare." Iris reached out to touch the stone, and the door swung open silently. Beyond it lay not the expected view of the old forest, but a vast hall carved from living crystal, its walls reflecting 1,000 versions of herself. At the far end, another door stood open to a world that looked almost, but not quite, like the Shire she knew. "We've been waiting for you," said a voice behind her. Iris turned to find a hobbit woman watching her, but unlike any hobbit she'd ever seen. The stranger wore armor of silvered leather, and a sword hung at her hip with the casual comfort of long use. Her feet, though still hobbit-sized and furry, were clad in boots of soft leather. "I am Captain Primrose of the Shire Guard," the warrior hobbit said, "and you must be the singer we were promised, the one who can save both our worlds." Before Iris could respond, a chill wind swept through the crystal hall. The reflections in the walls darkened, showing scenes of horror, hobbits turning to stone, gardens withering, the very life of the land being drained away by some unseen force. "The petrification curse," Primrose explained grimly. "It began in our world 3 moons ago. At first, we thought we could fight it with steel and courage, as we've fought all other threats to our borders. But you can't strike a curse with a sword, no matter how sharp the blade." She gestured to the door leading to her world. "Now half our people are stone, and the curse spreads. Worse still, it's beginning to seep through the doorway into your world." Iris thought of the strange gray patches she'd noticed on the leaves of her prized rose bushes that morning. "But what can I do? I'm just a hobbit who sings to her garden." Primrose's eyes gleamed. "In your world, hobbits chose comfort over conquest, peace over power. In ours, we became warriors to protect our lands from the dangers of the wide world. But there was a prophecy carved into the foundations of our greatest fortress. When stone claims flesh and shadow claims light, seek the door between worlds. Find the one who sings truth into being, whose music remembers what magic forgets. Through the door to the warrior Shire, Iris could see a landscape both familiar and strange, rolling hills like her home, but dotted with watchtowers instead of windmills. And in the distance, a great stone keep rose where the party tree should have been. The air grew colder, and Iris watched in horror as a patch of grass near her feet began to turn gray, then harden to stone. "The curse follows us even here," Primrose said urgently. "Your music, Iris, it's not just songs you're singing. It's the old magic, the kind that existed before the world was divided into what is and what might have been. Only such magic can break this curse." Iris felt the truth of it in her bones, in the same place where the door's song had resonated. All her life, she'd been different because she was meant to be. Her songs weren't just music, they were echoes of something deeper, older, more fundamental to the nature of reality itself. "How do we begin?" she asked. Primrose led her through the door into the warrior Shire. As they walked, Iris saw the full extent of the curse's damage. Gardens she knew and loved in her own world were here replaced by training grounds, now silent and stone-covered. Hobbit children who should have been playing were frozen in poses of flight or defiance. They reached the great keep, and Iris gasped. The entire structure was built around an ancient tree, not the party tree she knew, but something far older. Its branches were crystalline, its leaves sheets of translucent stone that still somehow moved in the wind. "The first tree," Primrose explained, "in your world, it was cut down to make room for celebrations. In ours, we built our fortress around it, learning its songs of power and protection. But now even it begins to succumb to the curse." Iris approached the tree, feeling its song weak now, but still present. She began to hum, matching its frequency, and the crystalline leaves chimed in harmony. Other notes joined in the songs of stone and soil, of root and branch, of what was and what could be. But as her music grew stronger, dark shadows began to coalesce around them. The curse was fighting back. "Whatever you're going to do," Primrose called out, drawing her sword, "do it quickly." Iris closed her eyes, reaching deeper into the music that had always lived in her heart. She sang of growing things and gentle rains, of warm hearths and welcome tables. She sang of courage and comfort, of swords laid down and gardens tended. She sang of both shires, different yet the same, each precious in its own way. The first tree's song grew stronger, its crystal leaves catching and amplifying her voice. The shadows pressed closer, but now they carried images, memories of another time, when the world was young and magic flowed freely between all possibilities. And in those memories, Iris found the countersong, the harmony that could bind all worlds together and drive back the curse of separation and stone. As her voice rose in the ancient melody, color began to return to the petrified hobbits. The stone curse retreated, leaving life and motion in its wake. But more than that, where the curse had been, something new remained. Gardens bloomed with flowers that could turn aside sword blades, and the restored hobbits found they could shift between warrior strength and gardener's wisdom as naturally as changing clothes. The two shires were healing each other, becoming not one world or the other, but something new and wonderful, a place where courage and comfort, song and steel could exist together in harmony. And in the center of it all stood Iris Lightfoot, singing the song that would echo between worlds forever after, teaching all who heard it that the greatest magic comes not from choosing one path over another, but from finding the music that connects all paths into a single greater truth. Story 6. The night the stars fell over the Shire, Folco Smallfoot was working late in his master's forge. The young hobbit apprentice watched in wonder as streams of light painted the sky in shimmering ribbons of silver and gold. One star in particular seemed to dance closer and closer, until with a thunderous crash, it plunged into the heart of the forge's blazing fire. In that moment, as sparks flew and metal sang, something extraordinary happened. The meteorite's otherworldly metal merged with the sword Folco had been forging, transforming the simple blade into something that gleamed with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The commotion drew the attention of a tall figure who had been watching from the shadows. Clad in robes white as mountain snow, Celestian the wizard approached the forge with eyes that reflected the starlight above. His expression was one of both wonder and grave concern as he examined the blade. "The stars themselves have chosen you, young smith," the wizard declared, his voice resonating with power. "This is one of the 3 blades of destiny, forged at the dawn of time by the starsmiths of the West. Its siblings must be found before the stellar darkness arrives. That very night, darker shapes began moving among the stars' ancient entities that had slumbered in the void between worlds since the First Age. The star-forged blade had awakened them, and now they sought to claim all 3 weapons for their own dark purpose. A company formed around Folco, Celestian the wizard, Rosa Brandybuck, a hobbit scholar versed in the legends of the sky, and Thorin Flinthand, a dwarf artificer who had studied the star metals of old. Their journey would take them to the Grey Havens, where the last elves of Middle-earth guarded secrets of the heavens themselves. The road was perilous from the start. Servants of the stellar darkness, creatures of living shadow with eyes like dying stars, stalked their path. The sword Folco had forged proved to be more than mere metal. It sang in the presence of danger and could cleave through shadow as though it were cloth. In the ruins of an ancient observatory in the Tower Hills, Rosa discovered scrolls that revealed the true nature of their quest. The 3 blades had been created to maintain the balance between the celestial and terrestrial realms. If united by the forces of darkness, they could tear open the veil between worlds, allowing the void to consume all of Middle-earth. Their path led them through the starlit halls of the Grey Havens, where ancient elven astronomers had mapped the movements of celestial powers. Here, they learned that the second blade lay hidden in a temple beneath the waves, guarded by the sea elves who had chosen to dwell in the depths rather than sail to the west. But as they prepared to seek the underwater temple, betrayal struck. Thorin Flinthand revealed himself as an agent of the stellar darkness, corrupted long ago by promises of power over the very stars themselves. In the ensuing battle, the dwarf nearly claimed Folco's blade, stopped only by Rosa's quick thinking and an ancient elvish incantation she had discovered in the observatory scrolls. The company was forced to divide. While Celestian confronted Thorin, Folco and Rosa dove into the depths of the harbor, guided by elvish magic that allowed them to breathe water as though it were air. In the submerged temple, they found the second blade, but also discovered a terrible truth: the third blade had already fallen into enemy hands. The final battle took place in the highest tower of the Grey Havens, where the stellar darkness had begun their ritual to unite the blades. As darkness poured from the stars like black rain, Folco realized that his true power lay not in wielding the sword, but in understanding it as a smith. The blade he had forged contained not just star metal, but his own craft and creativity, the essence of creation itself. Using his smith's knowledge and the pure intent of his hobbit heart, Folco began to work the star metal anew, even as battle raged around him. Rosa protected him with her scholarly knowledge of celestial wardings, while Celestian and the redeemed Thorin, freed from corruption by witnessing Folco's pure craftsmanship, held back the forces of darkness. In the end, it was not martial prowess, but the combined powers of creation, knowledge, and redemption that won the day. Folco reforged the 3 blades into a single tool, not a weapon, but a key that could seal the rift between worlds. The stellar darkness was cast back into the void, their connection to Middle-earth severed by the very tools they had sought to corrupt. The key was entrusted to the Sea Elves, who bore it to a secret place between sea and stars, where it could never again be used for darkness. But the story of the star-forged blade became legend in the Shire, passed down through generations of hobbit smiths. Folco returned to his forge, forever changed by his adventure. His works became renowned throughout the Shire and beyond, each piece containing a hint of starlight and a touch of the magic he had discovered within himself. They said that on clear nights, when the stars shone brightest, you could hear the ring of his hammer singing in harmony with the music of the spheres. The forge itself became a place of learning, where Folco taught not just smithing, but the deeper truth he had discovered, that the greatest magic lies not in the power to destroy, but in the ability to create, to transform, and to bring light into darkness. And sometimes on nights when the stars fell, young hobbits would gather at the forge to hear the tale of how one of their own had helped save Middle-earth, not through great feats of arms or powerful magic, but through the simple arts of crafting and creation that had always been the true strength of the hobbit people. Story 7. Lobelia Sackville had always been different from other hobbits. While they concerned themselves with gardens and gossip, she spent her days listening to the whispered songs of birds and the hushed murmurs of the wind. The other residents of Hobbitland dismissed her claims of understanding the secret languages of Middle-earth as mere eccentricity, until the morning the mysterious symbols appeared. They manifested overnight, glowing faintly in the pre-dawn light, intricate runes carved into the round doors of every hobbit hole in the Shire. No one could recall seeing anyone suspicious, yet there they were, pulsing with a subtle magic that made the wood grain beneath them shimmer like water. While others panicked and tried to paint over the marks, Lobelia stood before her own door, her eyes wide with wonder. The symbols spoke to her in a language older than the elves themselves, a warning that chilled her despite the warm summer morning. The sleeper stirs beneath the green hills, and ancient bonds grow thin. Her reputation for strangeness brought an unexpected visitor that evening, a wandering wizard named Aldamir, whose gray robes seemed to shift between shadow and starlight. His eyes gleamed with interest as Lobelia translated the runes without hesitation. "You have the gift," he said softly, "the ancient talent of the tongue speakers, those who could understand all languages of Arda. I had thought that gift lost to the hobbit kind ages ago, over a pot of chamomile tea." Aldamir revealed a truth long forgotten. Beneath the rolling hills of the Shire lay an ancient evil, bound by the magic of the first hobbits through the power of their legendary silver flute. Every 1,000 years, the bindings needed to be renewed, or the evil would break free and consume all the lands from the Shire to the misty mountains. The symbols were a warning. The binding was weakening, and the flute had to be found before the next full moon. But the flute's location had been hidden in a series of riddles, written in languages scattered across Middle-earth. A group formed around Lobelia's kitchen table that night. Aldamir, the wizard; Pippin Proudfoot, a skeptical but loyal friend; and Marigold Hornblower, whose knowledge of hobbit folklore would prove invaluable. What they didn't know was that one of them, Aldamir himself, was not what he appeared to be. Their quest began in the depths of the Great Smiles, where ancient hobbit records were kept. Lobelia's gift revealed that the wooden panels lining the walls were covered in invisible script, visible only by starlight. The first riddle led them to the Barrow Downs, where the earliest hobbits had lived before finding the Shire. In the misty twilight of the Downs, they encountered the first real test of their journey. The Barrow Wights, ancient spirits bound to guard hobbit secrets, emerged from their mounds. But instead of attacking, they spoke in their forgotten tongue, which only Lobelia could understand. They told of the flute's power, how it could either bind or release the great evil, depending on who wielded it. As they traveled, Lobelia's gift grew stronger. She began to understand not just words, but the deeper meanings behind them, the songs of stones, the memories in old trees, the whispered fears of the wind itself. And with this growing power came a growing suspicion about Aldamir. Their path took them through the old forest, where the trees themselves shifted to block their way until Lobelia sang to them in their own language. They crossed the Weather Hills, where ancient elf stones still hummed with power, each one containing a piece of the puzzle they sought to solve. But it was in the ruins of an ancient hobbit settlement, high in the hills above the Shire, that the truth was finally revealed. As Lobelia translated the final riddle carved into a stone arch, Aldemir's form began to change. He was no wizard at all, but a shapeshifter, a servant of the very evil they sought to keep bound. The shapeshifter had hoped to use Lobelia's gift to find the flute and break the ancient bonds, but he hadn't counted on the depth of her connection to the languages of Middle-earth. As he lunged for her, the very stones of the ruin came alive with ancient hobbit magic, responding to Lobelia's desperate cry in their own tongue. The final battle was fought not with swords or spells, but with words of power. Lobelia called out in every language. She knew the sharp commands of stone, the flowing phrases of water, the soaring songs of air. The shapeshifter, powerful as he was, could not stand against the combined voice of Middle-earth itself. In the heart of the ruins, they found a simple wooden chest that opened at the sound of Lobelia's voice. Within lay the silver flute, its surface etched with the same runes that had appeared on the hobbit holes. But the real magic they discovered wasn't in the flute itself, it was in the songs that had to be played upon it. Songs written in a language that only a true tongue speaker could understand. As the full moon rose over the Shire, Lobelia stood atop the highest of the green hills. The flute's music carried on the wind, a melody that spoke in all the ancient tongues, at once the speech of elves and dwarves, of trees and stones, of water and wind. The earth itself responded, reinforcing the bonds that held the ancient evil in its sleep. In the years that followed, Lobelia became the keeper of a new tradition. She taught young hobbits to really listen to the world around them. Some showed hints of the old gift, and under her guidance, they learned to understand snippets of bird song or catch the meaning in the rustle of leaves. The mysterious runes faded from the hobbit holes, but they left their mark on the Shire. Hobbits began to pay more attention to the ancient songs hidden in their own folklore, and some said that on quiet nights, you could hear the silver flute playing softly in the hills, speaking in languages as old as Middle-earth itself. And if sometimes the birds that visited Lobelia's garden seemed to carry messages from distant lands, or if the wind that blew through her wind chimes seemed to whisper secrets from the far corners of the world, well, that was just another wonder in a Shire that had rediscovered its connection to the ancient magics of Middle-earth. Story 8. The winter solstice celebration in the Shire was always a sight to behold, with warm lights twinkling in every hobbit hole window and the scent of spiced cider drifting through the frosty air. But this year, as Hildegram stood beneath the party tree, something was different. The ancient oak's branches whispered with voices that shouldn't have been there in winter, and in the dancing shadows cast by the festive lanterns, he saw visions of a towering woman crowned with leaves and starlight. The apparition spoke directly into his mind, her voice as ancient as the roots of the earth. "I am Yavanna's herald, once queen of the Ents, and your world is dying." The vision showed him the truth, a creeping darkness that spread through the soil itself, poisoning the very essence of Middle-earth. The trees were the first to sense it, their deep roots detecting the corruption that mortal eyes couldn't see. That night, while other hobbits celebrated with feasting and dancing, Hildegram received a task that would shake the foundations of his comfortable life. The ancient Ents, the shepherds of the forest, needed to be awakened from their long slumber before the poison reached their roots. Only they had the power to purify the earth itself, but first, they had to be found and roused by those who still understood the secret language of growing things. Hildegram spent the night gathering a peculiar group of companions, Ruby Brandybuck, whose talent for coaxing plants to grow was legendary even among hobbits, Fosco Brownlock, who claimed his great-grandmother had been blessed by the elves, and young Tom Lightfoot, whose endless questions about the old forest had often been dismissed as unhealthy curiosity. None of them knew that among them walked Frost, a servant of the Ice Lord disguised as a wandering hobbit storyteller who had joined their group with dark purpose. Their journey into the old forest began as the winter dawn broke over the Shire. The ancient woods were different from how the hobbits remembered them. The usual threatening atmosphere had been replaced by an eerie stillness, as if the trees were holding their breath. Snow covered the gnarled branches, but it was not the clean white of natural snowfall. Dark crystals glittered within it, spreading the corruption with each flake that fell. Following the spectral guidance of the Ent Queen's spirit, they discovered the first sleeping Ent near the Withywindle River. It appeared to be nothing more than an ancient willow until Ruby approached it with trembling hands and sang an old hobbit gardening song. The tree shuddered, its bark rippling as ancient eyes slowly opened. "Little gardeners," the Ent rumbled, his voice creaking like branches in the wind. "Long have we slept, while darkness crept beneath our roots." The ancient being introduced himself as Willowshade and confirmed their worst fears. An ancient evil had awakened in the frozen north, seeking to transform Middle-earth into a realm of eternal winter where nothing grew or changed. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, awakening more Ents, Frost watched and waited. The Ice Lord had ordered him to prevent the awakening, but something about the hobbit's dedication to life and growth stirred memories of who he had been before the ice claimed his heart, a simple hobbit gardener himself. Lost in a blizzard and transformed by the Ice Lord's power, the true nature of their quest became clear when they reached the heart of the old forest. There stood the oldest of all the sleeping Ents, his bark gleaming with traces of silver light. As they prepared the awakening ritual, Frost finally revealed himself, his disguise melting away to reveal skin pale as snow and eyes like frozen stars. But instead of attacking, he warned them. The Ice Lord's armies were approaching creatures of frost and shadow that had once been living beings before the eternal winter claimed them. The poison in the earth was his master's work, preparing the world for a great freeze that would lock all life in crystalline stasis forever. The hobbits faced a desperate choice. They needed time to complete the awakening ritual, but the ice creatures were closing in. To everyone's surprise, it was Frost who made the decision. His memories of tending gardens in the Shire had finally broken through the Ice Lord's control. He stood at the edge of the clearing, using his winter powers to hold back his former master's forces while the hobbits worked. Hildegrim led the others in a song that combined ancient Entish words taught by Willowshade with traditional hobbit planting rhymes. As their voices rose in harmony, the great Ent began to stir. But the Ice Lord himself appeared, his presence turning the air so cold that their voices began to freeze in their throats. In that moment of crisis, Frost made his final choice. He turned his power against his former master, sacrificing himself to buy them the few seconds needed to complete the awakening. The ancient Ent's eyes opened, blazing with green fire that drove back the winter darkness. His awakening triggered something profound, a surge of natural energy that spread through the forest like wildfire. The sleeping Ents arose as one, their combined power calling forth the deep magic of the earth itself. The Ice Lord's poison was drawn from the soil. His winter creatures melted away, and where Frost had fallen, a small garden of flowers bloomed in the snow, the last gift of a hobbit who remembered his love of growing things. In the years that followed, the old forest changed. The Ents remained awake, though few ever saw them move. They formed a lasting alliance with the hobbits, teaching them deeper secrets of the earth's care. Hildegrim established a new tradition among the gardeners of the Shire, regular visits to the forest to learn from their ancient allies. And every winter solstice, beneath the party tree, hobbits would tell the tale of Frost's sacrifice and sing songs of awakening to remind the world that even in the deepest winter, life endures. Sometimes on those special nights, visitors would report seeing a tall figure crowned with leaves and starlight, smiling as she watched over the celebration. In Hildegrim's garden, The first flowers of spring always bloomed a little earlier than anywhere else in the Shire. A gift, some said, from the awakened Ents. And if the trees in the old forest seemed more alert, more aware of the little gardeners who now visited them regularly with songs and stories, well, that was just another wonder in a world where magic had been awakened once more. Story 9. The ancient library of Rivendell held countless secrets within its towering shelves, but none would prove as fateful as the one Primula Baggins took discovered on that autumn evening. The leather-bound grimoire had practically leaped into her hands as she searched the dusty archives, its pages falling open to reveal illustrations of dragons soaring peacefully over fields where hobbits tended their gardens. At first, she thought it must be a children's tale, for everyone knew dragons were fearsome creatures of destruction. Yet the text, written in an archaic form of Elvish that had taken her months to master, spoke of a hidden valley where dragons and hobbits had once lived in harmony, sharing knowledge of earth magic and the ancient ways of growing things. The discovery might have remained merely academic had the blight not appeared in the Shire's crops the following spring. It began in the wheat fields, turning the golden stalks an ugly black overnight. Within weeks, it had spread to the vegetable gardens and orchards. Even the prized tomatoes of the Gamgees withered on their vines. Primula knew what she was seeing. The grimoire had spoken of a similar blight that had once threatened to destroy all growing things in Middle-earth. According to the ancient text, only the sacred fire of dragons, tempered by hobbit wisdom, had been able to cleanse the land and restore its fertility. Her research was interrupted by a knock at her door. Outside stood two unlikely visitors, Arander, an elf whose silver hair was streaked with unusual shadows, and a tall, slender man who introduced himself simply as Kestrel. The elf's eyes widened at the sight of the grimoire on her desk. "So it has found its way to you," Arander said softly. "We have been searching for that book for a very long time, over pipes of old Toby and several servings of seed cake. They revealed their true nature." Arander was an exile from his people, cast out for suggesting that not all dragons were evil. Kestrel, it turned out, wasn't a man at all, but a young dragon who had mastered the art of human form, one of the last of his kind to remember the old alliance. "The valley still exists," Kestrel explained, his eyes gleaming with an inner fire. "But its location was hidden ages ago when the dark sorcerers began hunting dragons for their power. The book you found may be the key to finding it again, but they weren't the only ones seeking the valley. A secret order of dark magicians, the Shadowmancers, had caught wind of the grimoire's discovery. They believed that by corrupting the dragon's sacred fire, they could spread their blight across all of Middle-earth, replacing life with a twisted form of magic that served their will alone. The journey began at dawn the next day. Using the grimoire's cryptic maps and riddles as their guide, Primula led her companions eastward toward the misty mountains. They traveled in secret, taking little-known paths through the wilderness, for the Shadowmancer's agents were everywhere. Their first test came at the weathered hills, where ancient stone circles held echoes of dragon magic. As Primula read from the grimoire, Kestrel walked the circles in his dragon form, his scales gleaming like polished copper in the moonlight. The stones resonated with his presence, revealing the next leg of their journey in patterns of light that only Arander's elvish eyes could decode. But the light display also attracted the attention of their enemies. The Shadowmancers attacked at midnight, their dark magic corrupting the very air around them. It was Primula's knowledge of hobbit plant lore that saved them. She recognized the nightshade growing among the stones and used it to create a smoke screen that allowed them to escape. As they traveled deeper into the wild lands, Primula began to understand why hobbits and dragons had once been such natural allies. Both shared a deep connection to the earth and growing things, though they expressed it differently. Where hobbits nurtured life from the ground up, dragons' fire could purify the soil and air itself, making way for new growth. The grimoire's final riddle led them to a sheer mountain face that appeared solid until Kestrel breathed his fire upon it in a specific pattern described in the ancient text. The rock face shimmered and dissolved, revealing a hidden pass into a valley that took Primula's breath away. Here, the air itself seemed to shimmer with magic. Ancient terraces carved into the mountainsides bloomed with plants she had never seen before, their flowers glowing with an inner light. In the center of the valley stood a great stone circle, larger than any they had seen before, its stones carved with the intertwined symbols of dragons and hobbits. But the Shadowmancers had followed them. As Kestrel began the ritual that would awaken the valley's ancient power, dark magic crashed against the mountain walls. The sorcerers had brought with them corrupted dragons, once noble creatures turned into shadows of their former selves by dark magic. In that moment of crisis, Primula understood why the grimoire had come to her. While Kestrel and Arander fought to protect the stone circle, she began to sing an old hobbit planting song, her clear voice carrying across the valley. The corrupted dragons hesitated, ancient memories stirring within them. She added words from the grimoire to her song, and one by one, the dragons began to shake off their enchantment. The Shadowmancer's power broke with their hold over the dragons. The combined dragon fire of Kestrel and the freed dragons, guided by Primula's knowledge of growing things, purified the stone circle. A wave of healing magic burst forth, spreading across Middle-earth like a cleansing wind. The blight in the Shire withered away overnight, and the fields bloomed with unprecedented vigor. The lost valley became a sanctuary once more, where dragons could live in peace and hobbits could learn the deeper magics of growing things. Primula returned home a changed hobbit, though she visited the valley often. She wrote her own grimoire, ensuring that the knowledge of the Dragon-Hobbit alliance would never be lost again. And if sometimes on quiet evenings, the hobbits of the Shire saw a copper-scaled dragon soaring overhead, they simply smiled and went about their gardening, knowing their lands were well protected. In the years that followed, it was said that the vegetables grown in the Shire had a particular sweetness to them, and flowers bloomed longer than anywhere else in Middle-earth. But only a few knew that this was because of an ancient magic renewed the combined blessing of hobbit wisdom and dragon fire, working together once more as they had in ages past. Story 10. The morning mist clung to the rolling hills of Hobbiton like a silk veil, and Maradok Brandybuck stood frozen in his garden, a forgotten trowel hanging loosely from his trembling fingers. There, gleaming in the freshly turned earth like a star fallen from the heavens, lay a ring that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. Unlike the simple brass and silver rings some hobbits wore for special occasions, this one bore intricate elvish inscriptions that appeared to shift and change in the early morning light. The ring hadn't been there yesterday. Of this Maradok was certain. He had spent the entire afternoon preparing the soil for his prize-winning tomatoes, and nothing unusual had caught his eye. Yet here it was, as if the earth itself had birthed it overnight. As he reached down to touch it, a chill ran through his body, and the cheerful bird song that usually filled his garden fell silent. That was the moment when Maradok Brandybuck's comfortable life in the Shire began to unravel, though he didn't know it yet. The first signs of trouble appeared 3 days later. Shadows began to linger in corners where they had no business being, and hobbit children reported seeing strange figures dancing at the edges of the old forest. Most disturbing of all, several hobbits claimed their shadows no longer matched their movements, as if they had developed wills of their own. Maradok kept the ring hidden in a wooden box beneath his bed, but its presence haunted his dreams. Each night, he saw visions of a great darkness spreading across the Shire, transforming his beloved homeland into a realm of eternal twilight, where hobbits became mere shadows of themselves, neither fully present nor completely gone. It was during one such troubled night that a heavy knocking at his door startled him awake. Outside stood a figure that seemed to have stepped straight out of the tales old Bilbo used to tell, a dwarf, but unlike any Maradok had ever seen in stories or pictures. His beard was braided with silver threads that caught the moonlight, and his eyes held the weight of centuries. "I am Drugan, son of Durin's line," the dwarf announced without preamble, his voice as deep as mountain caverns. "And you, Maradok Brandybuck, have found something that was never meant to be found again. The dwarf's tale, told over several pipes of old Toby by the fireplace, revealed a history that had been deliberately erased from the chronicles of Middle-earth. The ring was one of 3 created during the First Age, not by Sauron, but by an even more ancient evil, the Shadow Lord, a being who sought to turn all living things into shadows under his command. The rings were meant to be channels through which he could extend his power, but an alliance of hobbits and elves, yes, hobbits, in days when they were not quite so fond of comfort, had helped defeat him. And the rings were scattered to the far corners of the world. But why here? Why now? Maradok asked, his hand unconsciously moving to touch the box hidden beneath his bed. Drugan's eyes darkened. Because the Shadow Lord stirs again. The ring seeks to reunite with its master, and it has chosen you, Maradok Brandybuck, as its bearer. As if in response to these words, screams erupted from outside. Running to his round window, Maradok watched in horror as shadows began to peel away from the ground, taking forms of their own. His neighbors fled in terror as their own shadows reached for them with ghostly hands. "We must reach the lonely mountain," Drugan declared grimly. "Only in its depths, where the first dwarves learned to craft rings of power. Can we find the means to destroy this ring before all of Middle-earth falls into shadow?" And so began a journey that would take Maradok farther from home than any Brandybuck before him. Through the old forest they traveled, where the trees themselves seemed to whisper warnings, and across the misty mountains, where ancient evil stirred in deep places. The ring grew heavier with each step, and Maradok found himself fighting the urge to slip it on his finger, knowing that to do so would be to begin his transformation into a creature of shadow. Drugan proved to be more than just a guide. He was a warrior of remarkable skill, and more than once his axe saved them from the shadow creatures that pursued them, twisted beings that had once been animals, men, and even elves, all transformed by the Shadow Lord's power. But Maradok sensed that the dwarf carried his own secrets, noticing how he would sometimes stare at the ring with a mixture of fear and longing. Their journey took an unexpected turn in the wilderness beyond Mirkwood, where they encountered an elven ranger named Felindril. She recognized the ring immediately, her ancient eyes widening with both wonder and dread. "So it has begun again," she whispered, and insisted on joining their quest, though Drugan was visibly suspicious of her motivations. As they traveled together, Maradok learned that both his companions had lost family to the Shadow Lord's power in ages past. Drugan's grandfather had been one of the ring makers who first helped create the shadow rings. His pride and craft turned against him. Felindril's sister had been among the first to be transformed into a shadow being, neither truly alive nor dead. When they finally reached the lonely mountain, they found its halls abandoned, the dwarven kingdom evacuated due to growing shadows that no torch could dispel. In the deepest forge, where the heat of the earth itself could still be felt, they discovered the terrible truth. Drugan had led them there not to destroy the ring, but to claim it. He believed that only by mastering the shadow rings could he restore his family's honor and protect his people from the rising darkness. The ensuing battle nearly cost Maradok his life, but it was Felindril's sacrifice throwing herself between him and a shadow blast from the ring that finally broke through Drugan's darkness. In that moment of clarity, the dwarf realized he had nearly become what he had sworn to fight against. Together, they completed the ancient ritual required to unmake the ring, each contributing what was needed: Maradok's unwavering spirit, Drugan's mastery of forgecraft, and Felindril's fading life force. As the ring dissolved in the fires of the ancient forge, its destruction sent a shockwave across Middle-earth, dissolving the Shadow Lord's growing power and restoring those who had been transformed into shadows. Maradok returned to the Shire a changed hobbit, though few ever knew of his deeds. The shadows retreated, the sun shone brightly again on the rolling hills, and life returned to normal, or as normal as it could be for someone who had witnessed both the darkness and light that dwelled in all hearts. Sometimes on quiet evenings, Maradok would sit in his garden and think of Felindril's sacrifice and Drugan's redemption. The dwarf had returned to his people to share the true story of the Shadow Rings, ensuring that pride would never again blind them to the dangers of too much power. And if travelers in the Shire sometimes noticed that Maradok Brandybuck's shadow seemed to move with particular grace, as if blessed by elvish light, well, that was just another strange tale in a land already rich with stories.